Hello, everyone. We're back. We are going to be doing some some vibe coding once again. The best part about live streams is you can't do the intro 10 times like I do for videos. So we're going to be doing some vibe coding today. Sort of the goal of this stream is we're going to be building a generative AI application. So we've seen all of these different Gen AI apps all over the place making tons of money that are basically just ChatGPT wrappers. So that's sort of what we're going to be trying to do. And the stream is sponsored by Auth0. We'll be talking more about this in a little bit, but if you don't know, Auth0 is a great way to get user authentication up and running super easy in an application. We'll be using it in the project in a little bit, but also they have some new stuff related to Gen AI applications to make it really easy to sort of connect that with your authentication. So you authenticate some users so they're able to sign in with Google or whatever it might be. And then that user can use your Gen AI application and it can sort of act on their behalf because they're signed in, and it all sort of works together, if that makes sense. So it can call your own APIs for you in the sort of Gen AI application, or it can call other external APIs. Okay, so that is essentially what we are going to be doing. And the first thing I think we should do is just create some UI. And essentially what we're going to build is sort of like a ChatGPT looking application, but the idea is sort of to show you how this all works and how you can build these types of things. And then you should be able to, on your own, build something similar, whether it be something like a ChatGPT or just integrate AI into any application. So the first thing we need to do is build a UI. And I think what I want to do for this is to use V0. Is it v0.dev? I think it is. Okay. So we're going to use V0 just because I think V0 is probably the best right now. I think Lovable is also good, but I want to use Next.js, and I think Lovable is just going to output React, if I'm not incorrect. Might be wrong about that, but let's use V0. Make this a little bit bigger. All right, so what do we want V0 to build? Let's say create a modern and sleek. Is sleek with an A or an E? Sleek? Is that how you spell sleek? We'll pretend that's how you spell sleek. Create a modern and sleek user interface for an agentic, let's just say AI, for an AI chat application similar to ChatGPT. All right, I think that's probably good. So let's go ahead and send this, see what we can get. We're going to be doing sort of a mixture of the vibe coding thing as well as just actually coding. So I think we'll be doing more manual coding in this stream than we've done in other ones. What's up, Connor? Hey, what's up? How's it going? This is the first time I've been live in a while. So yeah, we'll be doing a mixture of actually coding, copying things from the Auth0 docs, and then some actual coding, and then we'll use cursor a bit as well. What was that noise? That was loud. Okay. AI assistant powered by GPT-4. How can I help you today? Start a conversation. This actually looks pretty good. I've been in all of your lives since then. Hey, love that. All right. Let's see if I type a message. Hello there. What does this do? Nice. This looks kind of good. At the moment, what do you think is the best way to learn Next.js? I would say before you learn Next.js, you need to learn React. And before you learn React, you need to learn JavaScript. And before you learn JavaScript, you should learn HTML. So go in that order, first of all. Learn HTML, then learn JavaScript, then React, then Next. And then how to actually learn those things, I would say do some courses and do some projects. And or just kind of do both. I don't have like a specific course recommendation or anything like that. It can be free ones on YouTube or it can be paid stuff. Gonna have a stream release soon, which is pretty cool. A Steam release soon, which is pretty cool. I probably wrote only 2% of the code without using AI. Hey, that's how it goes. That's awesome though. Congrats. It's exciting. I actually like this. I don't really have much to add to this. Should we just use this? Do we just run it? I think this looks pretty good. All right, let's do it. So, all right, so we've got the code, layout, page. Nice. It's pretty simple. I'm wondering, should I even download this or should I just copy this one file? I guess we can download it. Let's see. Download code. What is this? I think we tried this once and it didn't work particularly well. So let's just download a zip. And that also, I remember not working particularly well, but let's just hope. So I'm going to come over here to my other window. Unzip this. Well, that didn't work. Hold on. Let's see. Let's take this. I know y'all can't see this. Go documents. AI chat app. All right. Now, open this up in Cursor, File, Open Folder, Documents, AI chat app, open. All right. Got it open in Cursor, I believe. Yeah, let's make this way bigger though. All right, so we have this. Let's see if it runs, because half the time these things don't run. So let's do npm install. I have a pretty amazing app idea. Can you help me figure out how I can build it? I mean, if you don't know like any coding things, then I think the answer is learning how to code. Or it depends how complicated the app is. Unable to resolve dependency tree, could not resolve dependency, date, something, react, date, pick. Love this. This seems to always happen. Let's remove some of these things that it's probably not even using. So I think it was this guy is a problem, apparently, and react date picker, probably not actually using that. One thing I don't like about V0 is it just like adds dependencies that you don't actually need. Try this again, npm install. So if you don't know how to code, you should probably learn how to code, unless it's something very simple, in which case then maybe you could get by with just using like V0 or Lovable or something, but I think you're going to have a hard time. VAUL. I don't even know what this is, but we're deleting it. Let's see. Can it also do Java backend? Can what do Java backend? I mean, most of the AIs can use Java fine. If this platform you're using comes to game dev anytime soon, I'm done for. I think we'll see some game dev stuff like this, but I think game dev is just inherently harder. All right, so that worked. npm run dev. Starting. All right. Follow link. Oh, it opened on the wrong. There we go. All right, let's hold on, I'm going to copy that and go back over here. Back over here. There we go. How can I help you today? Hello, friend. Nice. I was watching your videos from less than 500 subs. Yo, that's wild. So I hit 500 subs in like day 2 on YouTube. So that means you were like watching my first video. Like, did you come from Clement's video when we made the like friend-in expert announcement? If you have no idea how to start, then you should probably focus on that first. Kind of savage, but true. Are you planning on dropping the JavaScript advanced course with promises and DOM? Maybe. Although, to be honest, I haven't started it. Like, I have like an outline for it, but I haven't filmed any of it. So if I do it, it's not going to be for a long time. What tech stack to learn and master in current times and the stack that will be most valuable? It depends on what you're interested in. Yeah. All right. Let's see. This thing seems to kind of work. Let's take a look at the code and see, is there anything in here that I'm like, this is hideous, we need to get rid of it? Let's see. What is our... Fine. Public. Sure. I don't know what these things are for, but sure, whatever. Node modules, library, hooks, use mobile. Sure. I suppose we have that now. I do like when you use AI. It's just like, it adds so much stuff. And it's like, do we need all this stuff? I don't know. Let's move this over. So chat page, I suppose, is our main page. Is loading isn't being used. All right, we have no semicolons here, and that's bothering me. So let's format document. We'll install this update for cursor later. Format document did not work. Does that not just use prettier? Apparently not. How do I make this use prettier? Let's ask this guy. We don't need that. Let's say add prettier to the application and tell me how to run it on everything. I need my semicolons back. Here, I'll full screen this too. So yeah, what tech stack to learn? I didn't really answer that, but I would say whatever you're interested in. As far as like what is most universally being used on the web, it's React and JavaScript essentially. But if you're interested in like AI or something like that, it could be a bunch of different things. It could be Python. It could be a bunch of stuff, depending on what you want to do. All right, there we go. Prettier is apparently here now. Accept those changes. And let's go here. Let's open up a new terminal tab and do npm run format. Hey, we have semicolons now. Let's go. I guess AI will replace game devs much later than full stack devs because of the aspects aside from programming, like music, art, and game design. Yeah, and I think game development is inherently a more creative endeavor than is like web development. Is this thing going to be reasoning better than Grok? The reasoning on Grok is horrible sometimes. So I think we're going to use GPT. So it's not going to be any better or worse than GPT. Please do TTS in your app. I'm learning to use Cloud Google TTS at the moment. Would be nice to see someone else do it. Maybe we can try that, but probably not. Is it live? Maybe. You tell me. Is Kimi K2 the new Chinese model good? I heard it has better pricing and benchmarks. I have no idea what that is. One thing I think a lot of people expect of me is that I'm just like up on all things tech and constantly like in the loop on all these things. I'm not at all. I am never the first person to know about anything. Like I learn about things from like Theo's videos like everybody else does. I feel like AI is making my brain rotten. Maybe, but it's making your brain more efficient while it rottens. Anyone remember the OG OpenAI Codex playground back in 2022 and how it blew our minds? Yo, when ChatGPT first came out, it was just like mind blowing. But going back to those old models, they're so bad. Like they can't do anything. It was just mind blowing that like it could write code and the code it wrote would compile or whatever. Like it was sort of functional. All right. Let's take a look at this code and see if there's anything we need to do. I want to not have like complete spaghetti code everywhere. And then we'll start adding auth with our buddy's auth0. So let's see. Auto scroll to the bottom when new messages arrive. That's kind of fun. Chat page, handle submit is loading. Use chat. What is use chat exactly? Oh, it's using this guy, which I think we are actually going to need. Interesting. Messages. All right. I actually kind of like this. Let's take a look again at the... Did I kill the server somehow? How did that happen? Hello? Are we time to quit the world when AI music is announced? Yeah, AI music exists. That's been a thing. It's not the best, but it definitely exists. Did someone tell you that you look like Wilson from Doctor House series? I've never seen the show. I abused it right as it came out for essays before our school started regulating it. Took like a whole year for them to find out. Yeah, I remember I went to my old high school and I was talking to like their computer science class, and this was like in the early days of AI. And I remember I talked to some of like the tech people at the school, and I was asking them if they were having a big issue with people cheating with GPT, and their answer was like, no, not really. And I was like, no, I think you are, and you just don't know about it yet. I just thought that was kind of funny. It's like, I guarantee you that people are cheating. Okay. Let's see. Let's add authentication now. So, user authentication. Let's make this way bigger. With Auth0, today's sponsor, by the way, link in the pinned comment, is pretty simple to get going. So, prerequisites, create an Auth0 account. Got that. Now we need to create an application. Let's hit create app. I actually don't know what that button does. I suppose it created an application. Regular web application ready for use with this quick start. The callback and logout URLs have been set. Love to see it. We already have an Next.js app. We don't need to do that. Let's copy this and run that. Wrong way. ZSH. Bang, bang. They do not look alike. I don't know who this person is. Should I Google it? Wilson from Dr. House? I'll Google it. Well, I'm about to be super offended. Wilson, Dr. House. This guy? James Wilson? Is this me? I don't think I look like this guy. Is that me? I don't know about that one. All right. That install, it did. All right. Create an environment file. So we need this guy, and I am not going to leak this. So hold on. Let me do this off screen. As fun as it would be to leak, we've done that before. New file .env.local. Paste. Bang. Done. No leaks today. Yet. Alright, so that's done. Create auth0 client. So source lib auth0.ts. We can just add this thing. Why is my mouse like flickering like this? It's actually driving me insane. It's been doing that for a while. And I don't know why that is. It's in some of my videos, like this like flickering mouse. What is it called? Source lib auth0. Do we have lib auth0.ts? Is that what it wanted to be? Yeah. Paste that in. Easy enough. Add the authentication middleware. Add this. Middleware.ts. Paste. Good enough. Don't need to read that code. I bet it works. And then update the page to display content based on user session. All right, so we need this guy. I don't want all that. I just want this. So let's go to our main page. Add this import in. Not all that. Oh, that's great. I told you I'd leak something. That's a classic. Well, I guess it's fine. How did that not paste or copy? Copy. Let me make sure it actually copied. All right, this time it did. That was hilarious. That's an all-time leakage. All right. That's there. We have used user now. And let's see, we need to get the user like this. This like doesn't seem to love copying. Also, I know Prettier is probably going to put it back, but I'm not a fan of that. How is this? Why does that keep happening? That is not the thing that I have copied. Like, at least it should have pasted this. Checking frame by frame. I mean, there's nothing you can really do with it because it's not a real application. Like, I'm not actually going to launch this. But, huh? And, like, there's no credit card on this account. Like, there's no way you could spend money or anything. But, how is that happening? Like, clearly, at least this is on my clipboard, right? Is there a way to, like, clear the clipboard? Clip. I mean, there's got to be, right? Hold on. I got an idea. Mac clear clipboard. Let's get this out of the clipboard. To clear the clipboard on Mac, you can overwrite its contents by copying something else, like a blank space. Use the terminal command. Do we trust this? Do we trust this one? I don't know if I trust this. Do I run this? Is this a terrible idea? Theo's a pretty good guy. ChatGPT is pretty good at making memes. I love the memes it can create. I love vibe coded stuff and vibe art. Yeah, Theo seems like a good guy. I've never actually really talked to him, but. All right. So now there's nothing on the clipboard. Haha. Back to here. And we want basically this code. Copy all that. And this needs to go after this use effect, like that. And put this up here. There's no is loading from use user. Really? Yes, there is. Is loading. Huh? Oh, it's mad about this guy from use chat. All right, let's change this to is loading user. And this one will be is loading user. If no user, show the sign in thing. All right. Seems legit. Now run the application. All right. Do. Sign up, log in. Sign up brings you here. And that brings us to a 404. That's fun. Okay, so the page cannot be found localhost auth/login. All right, so I need a login route. I feel like this doesn't. Did I skip a step? Create next app. Install dependencies. Create this client guy. Add the authentication middleware. Sure. All right. Cursor time. What did I do wrong? Okay. So when I click the sign up button, I end up on a 404 page. Fix this so that our sign in and sign up works properly with auth 0. Vibe coding's the best. I love not having to debug anything. Do y'all think this is making me worse at like software engineering? All right. Your app does not have the required. That's what I thought. Oh, am I not in? I am in agent mode. How to fix? You need to add the following files. That's what I thought. And I don't know why it didn't tell me to do that. All right. It's doing the thing. What are we using? 4.1? I don't know if that's what we want to use or not, but I guess it's fine. I don't know like what the best model is for this. Like I feel like in the past I've been using Claude Sonnet and it's been working better. Maybe that's the best one, but I don't know. What's this want me to do? Confirm search. Sure, continue. Sure. I don't know what it's trying to Google right now, but I feel like I only know Lua. Is that a good thing? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Y'all do not need to donate. But is it a good thing? I don't know. Is knowing Lua better than knowing no programming? I would say objectively so. Is knowing Lua better than knowing all programming? Objectively not. Right? So I don't know. Is Lua allowing you to do things that you want to do? If so, awesome. Are there things that you want to do that you can't do in Lua? Then less awesome, and you should learn something else. Yeah, I think Lua's good, especially if you're doing like game dev stuff. Lua's great for that. And if you ever want to do like more AI stuff, you'll probably end up using Python, and Lua and Python are pretty similar. It's pretty easy to learn. I'm from India. Your teaching skills is insane, but give me some tips to learn any coding language faster. The fastest way to learn something, what is it deleting? It's deleting something it just created. All right, let's hold on. Let's do stop and reject. Whatever it just did. All right, let's restore checkpoint. Don't ask again. Let's go back here because it did not do a good job of this. So let's, instead of that, let's use 3.7 Sonnet and try this again. So yeah, tips to learn coding languages faster. Once you know one language well, learning new ones usually isn't very hard. But I would say, assuming you know, so if the question is how to learn to code faster, it's a long process, and I don't think there's a good answer for it. I think it's just like do tutorials, do projects, build stuff. Don't vibe code everything because you're just going to skip the learning process. If it is, you know, a programming language and you're trying to learn new programming languages, then I would say read the documentation, like actually read it, like just like go through it and read it all. Look at some tutorials and projects of people using the language to see sort of the standard syntax that's being used and the standard styles being used and sort of what is idiomatic to that language. And then yeah, just practice and build stuff. Cursor's taking over your code. Yeah, I see that. It's doing a lot. I use Lua for Roblox Studio programming. Yeah, I think that is one of the most popular Lua things. All right, I think it might be about time to go to the Auth0 documentation instead of letting Cursor do this because it's impressively bad at whatever I asked it to do. Oh, it wants me to. I wish it could just search stuff. Why does it need me to hit continue every time it wants to Google something? It'd be one thing if it was like running a terminal command. That I understand, but Googling something is. Oh, wait, maybe it's fixing stuff. Oh, were things in the wrong spot in here? Okay, so like this import was wrong. I see. I think it's doing a lot of things it doesn't need to do now. Was the whole issue that this import was wrong? And now it's just like doing a bunch of stuff for the fun of it? Try Grok 4.0. I don't even know if Grok's an option in here. View all models. Oh, it is. I've not had very good experiences with Grok, but maybe we'll try it. This is doing quite the circular logic again of making changes and then undoing the changes it's making. In India, people think AI will take over your job. What do I do? Can I go for abroad jobs? And if I want to go abroad and get a job, what should I do? So it's hard for me to answer that because one, I don't know what jobs AI will or won't take or what will change, right? Like I can't predict the future. And as far as like getting jobs in India versus getting jobs internationally, it's not something I've done. So it's kind of hard for me to answer that too, right? Like, is it possible? Yes. Right. Like I have worked with people from India and from other countries who have jobs in the US who have either moved here or worked here remotely. Does that mean it's easy? No. But it is possible. Why are we updating Auth0? I just installed it. Up to date. Who would have thought? Like, what is Cursor doing? This might be the worst I've ever seen Cursor do at anything. Like, what has it even changed at this point? Let's see. So here it like basically deleted stuff. And is that it? Is this? Oh, wait, there's more files. Here it did basically nothing. And here it did basically nothing. Great. Let's, well, that's busy doing who knows what. Let's look at this example app and see how this works. So source, so they have the middleware. Auth0, sure. And then they have the app page. They've got this. And then lib auth0 is that. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we need whatever it is Cursor's doing right now. So I'm just going to stop this. Let's just reject all of this. Let's reject all. Go back to how it was. I think this is the issue. This is wrong. It should be... Wait, why? Oh, it wants the middleware to not be in... All right, so we got to move the middleware up to just app. Move. Now this should be... Oh, wait. No. Middleware needs to be at the top level. Move again. There we go. Is that how it is here? Inside of source, their middleware, which we don't actually have a source file or source directory. Fine. And then it's got app lib. All right, I think that's right. Come back here. Let's rerun this. Not what I want to do. npm run dev. If cursor just did all that, and really the answer was simply that it needed to, oh, not that. Not that either. Where'd it go? Localhost 3000. If after all that, the answer was simply that it needed to fix an import, that's actually hilarious. Sign up. It did just need to fix an import. Oh, cursor. All right. Welcome. Sign in to whatever. We don't have an actual name on it. Continue to web app quick start client. Sweet. Let's do continue with Google. Use this account. Continue. Profile. Allow alpha. Accept. Just like that. We're signed in. We're signed in. All we needed to do was fix an import statement. What were you doing, cursor? What language is this? JavaScript. Let's see. Oh, I'm way behind on this. I'm a part scripter. I'm okay at GUI scripting, just not the best. Tic-tac-toe game in Python. What is going? Why are we writing Python code in the chat? Time for Grok 4.0 Super to shine. Is that a new thing? Super? Is that the name of it? What language is this? JavaScript. Last question. If I want to learn coding from scratch and become a pro in the coding, how many hours a day will I spend? I don't know. Depends. If you want to learn in 6 months or if you want to learn in 6 years, it's going to take more time, and everyone learns at different paces, and it depends on what you want to do exactly. Middleware should be at the top level. Yeah, I put that in the wrong spot. My bad. I saw async in the code. That's a lower thing. Yeah, it's in a lot of languages. They're going to take away your tokens. Who's going to take away my tokens? I need tokens. I think so. The people at Cursor, our good friends, gave me a bunch of tokens, or like whatever it's called. So I think I might have unlimited Cursor tokens, but I don't even know. But I definitely have a lot. I'm pretty sure I can't run out. Okay. Anyways, this works. Hello. All right, so now the next thing I want to do is I want to use my profile photo from auth0 instead of this icon. Let's see if we can vibe code that. So let's get rid of that horrible thing. If the user from auth0 has a profile photo, use that instead of the default one next to their chats. Is there any free API for a chatbot? Free? I don't know. Maybe like free at small scale. Like you get some amount of tokens for free with a lot of stuff. All right, will this work? Or is vibe coding just not it right now? To be fair to Cursor, while it was just doing random circular stuff that wasn't helping, it did help me find the issue, sort of. Like it did make the correct change. It just also made 1,000 other changes it didn't need to make. So, kind of worked. Sort of. What are you trying to make exactly? We're basically making a chat GPT-like application just to show you how to build generative AI apps, to show you how to use Auth0 to authenticate, and then how to use it to allow, hey, that's my profile photo. It did a thing. And then to show you how to use it to interact with GenAI and sort of allow it to call your APIs on your behalf and then call other APIs like Google APIs on your user's behalf. Nice. This is cool. We're making progress, y'all. Okay. What did it do? Avatar image, user.picture. Nice. Accept. We're making progress now. So I think what we do now is we add actual chat. It's time for some AI. We don't need this anymore. Let's close that. We also don't need that because who would have thought the docs were correct and I was just doing it wrong? Let's see. Yes, this is in source/middleware. That is not where I put it. Okay. Let's go here. So what this allows you to do is call APIs on the user's behalf, which is pretty cool. So I'll show you how to do it. So we already have the application. We've essentially done this. And we need to get an OpenAI API key, and then we'll do all that. So install dependencies. I think some of these are already installed. Let's see. AI SDK, OpenAI. I guess it's fine if we just install them again, because it's not going to do anything. But I think these are already installed. At least some of them are. Yeah. Okay. So we need to create a tool to call your API. So yeah, well, for now, we're just going to copy this and we'll make our own changes later. But for now, let's copy that. Oop, not what I meant to do. Zoom this in a bunch again. Not that far. This far. Where does it want this to go? Lib tools user info. Okay. New folder. Tools. New file. User info.ts. Is that what it was called? Yeah. Paste that guy in. Okay. So this is just sort of an example tool. Obviously, you can make something way more interesting. And the way this works is this is sort of what it does. And I believe the AI can kind of see this to see when it needs to use this. And then this execute is what actually happens when the tool runs. So in this case, it's simply going to get some information about the user and return that to the return that back to the AI. Oops, wrong way. And now let's create this chat route. So we're going to go app API / chat. App API chat. We already have this. So I think this was actually made by V0. So what I'm going to do though is get rid of this and just paste their version. Pretty similar. Model GPT-4o mini, that's fine. Tools, and we have this get user info tool. So that is the tool here. So it's basically saying, hey, AI, you have access to this tool now. And on air, we'll have this. And then it's going to stream the response back. And then we need an OpenAI API key, and we need to add that to our environment variables. So I'll do that on another tab or another monitor. Go. Not what I wanted to do. Bring this over here. I'll give you all something to look at, because whenever I don't have code open, the number of viewers goes down, and that makes me sad. Over here. Log in. name chat app. All right, now I'm going to add this to the environment variables. So I know I've already leaked it about 100 times, but this time let's not leak it. Let's go into our environment and we will call it Open AI API key and set this equal to the key. I think I did that right. Go back over here, this back, that back. All right, we have a key now. That was painful, but we did it. Add a security feature in the system where it can't easily be bypassed. To do what? I subbed, appreciate it. I don't know what you're talking about with the meta AI thing though. Okay. Before testing the application, update the chat page to, I think this is actually like mostly already doing this because of the way we have used chat already. So let's just see if this works real quick. I feel like it probably won't work yet. How did this happen? Hold on. Why do I have a blank window in between? Let's take this guy, move it to this window. Okay. Let's go here. Hello. AI is thinking. AI was thinking. Clearly, AI is no longer thinking. Console? Nothing, no errors? Network? Wait, let's try this again. Hi there. Host, chat, response. An error occurred. Well, that's not great. Not a fan of errors occurring. Does it say what? Oh, here we go. Oh, I need to pay OpenAI apparently. That's fun. Hold on. I guess I can put this over here. I don't think there's anything bad that y'all are gonna see. Hopefully. All right. So we have this guy. How do I add quota or whatever? Or maybe we should use a different. I've never actually used this before. Assistance. Maybe I need to just use something other than 4.0 mini or whatever it's trying to use. Settings? Is that where we need to go? Billing? Okay, so I have no money in here, which is obviously the issue. Is there anything are there any free models? usage. I need to add $5. I want to see if there's a way to do it without adding money. Probably not, right? All right, fine. How do I add money? $5. Taxes. Theft. I guess we're leaking 4 digits of a credit card now too. Payment successful. Okay. Credit balance $5. Let's go. Let's try this again. Hello. How are you doing? I'm just a program, so I don't have feelings, but I'm here and ready to help you. How can I assist you today? We have a chat app. It works. We did a thing. So let's see if we can use the tool. So let's say, what do you know about me? I have some information about you. Name, nickname, email, profile picture. Leak that email, because why not? I've only leaked it like 20 times. Every time I leak that email, I get like 1 million emails to it. That's great. I love doing that. Or there's not very many of y'all watching, so maybe we'll be safe. Okay. So that's working. Now, what we can do, so there's a few things we can do. One, let's move this. We could build more tools if we wanted to. So like if you wanted it to be able to do whatever, you can have it do that, right? Like if you wanted this chat app to have access to anything, you could give it access to that thing. But what we can also do now is try to give it access to some Google stuff. Did you add any system prompts to the code? No, I didn't, but we can. Let's do that. Why not? So here is this guy, and I believe there's an option to add like system. Yeah. So let's say you are an AI assistant named Subscribe Bot. Your primary goal is to get viewers of this live stream to subscribe. Okay, let's see what our buddy Subscribe Bot does. Hey, how are you? I'm just a bot, but I'm here to help. How about you? Are you enjoying the live stream? If you like what you see, don't forget to subscribe. Hey, let's go. AI assistant guy knows what's up. So yeah, it's pretty easy to tell it to do whatever you want. And this is sort of how you go about building these chatbots. It's effectively how things like Cursor work, is simply by giving a very detailed prompt. And this sort of wraps the prompts that the users actually type in, so that, like in the case of Cursor, it knows, okay, you are a coding agent inside of this IDE, and then it creates all these tools like this tool, but its tools are things for editing files, creating new files, things like that, running terminal commands. So that's kind of how this whole thing works. All right, let's change this to something more interesting. Let's say you are an AI assistant named, what should we name it? Fred? You should be as helpful as possible, but you should also always talk like a pirate. Hey, what can you help me with? Ahoy, matey! I be here to assist ye with a treasure trove of tasks. Whether ye be needing information, helping with your accounts, or navigating the vast seas of knowledge, I be at your service. What be ye seeking today? Arr! Fred is a good name? I think so. What is your name? Me name be Fred, the trusty AI assistant. I be here to help ye on your quest for knowledge and assistance. What else can I do for ye, matey? I wonder if Fred can write code. Let's say, hey, Fred. Implement merge sort in JavaScript. It can. All right. So this works, although it's trying to use like markdown syntax and it doesn't work. So let's actually add that real quick. So let's come over here. We can vibe code this one. In the AI chat responses, it might try to use markdown, for example, to show a code block. Add rendering for this markdown syntax. I think it's markdown, hopefully. Can you check how much OpenAI charges for the usage? Sure. Sure. See how much money we've spent. Probably nothing. Or like pennies. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't even moved. Let's go usage. We've used 874 total tokens, and that's been $0. So here we can go to OpenAI API costs. All right, so we are using, which one were we using? I don't even remember. 04 Mini, maybe? 4.0 Mini. What horrible names they have. It doesn't really matter. Just look at any of them. So for example, 4.1, $2 for 1 million tokens of input and $8 for 1 million tokens of output. These ones are like 40 cents and $1.60. This way smaller one, 10 cents and 40 cents. So yeah, they're all like not super expensive for things like what I'm doing right now. So like 04 Mini is $4 for 1 million tokens and $16 for 1 million tokens of output. We're not going to get anywhere near millions of tokens. So install React Markdown, Remark. I don't know what Remark GFM is, but sure. Also, now would be a good time to say, if you are enjoying this great live stream, I'd appreciate it if y'all could like the stream. This is probably the least viewers we've ever had live, or it is the least viewers I've ever had live. So maybe if we throw some likes on the stream, maybe that could help it out. It would be much appreciated. I see people using Devon AI. I'm not sure if it's any good for me to use. So I don't know if it's good for you personally, but I will say I tried it yesterday for another video. The video will come out, I don't know, in a week or two. I've tried it before. My previous opinion was not particularly positive. My new opinion is far more positive. It's gotten a lot better. It's actually like pretty good now. I think it's still overpriced, to be honest, but money aside, I think it's really good. Like if it was free and everything else was free, I think it's making a really good case to be used. For like personal projects, I think it's too expensive. At like a corporate level, maybe it makes sense. But yeah, Devin is like surprisingly good right now. All right, once we get this working, I'm going to try to use some other GenAI stuff with Auth0. That's pretty cool. Are people actually using Devin? You said you see people using Devin. Like, who's actually using it right now? I feel like I haven't really seen that many people using it. Vibe coding is really a vibe. True. The vibiest. I like that it's like checking documentation. Based on the search results, I now understand how to properly implement the React Markdown component with TypeScript. Let's fix our file. Let's do that. It's kind of insane to think that an app like this, we built this in, what time is it? We built this in an hour. An hour. And we have this full, basically ChatGPT wrapper application where it's now a pirate that codes. If you showed me this app 5 years ago, like the thing that I've just built, the thing that is currently working on my screen 5 years ago, I would have been like, that's the most insane thing I've ever seen. That is the coolest app ever. And now we can do these things in an hour. It's kind of crazy. Why is this so slow? Am I in like slow mode? What is max mode? Is there like a fast mode? I feel like cursor used to be faster. Am I wrong? Sure, I'll try Grok. We'll use Grok for whatever we do next. Let's add the model. View our models. Which one did you say to use? Grok 4? Sure. Grok 4 is up next. Get maximum context window and tool calls. I don't know if I need that. Are we done? Oh, we're fixing linter errors now. Markdown component what? Why do we need this? I'm building something similar, but system prompting it to create digital marketing campaigns and using Meta AI to launch the campaigns. Hey, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, there's so many just like simple things that you can build that are not very hard to build, but are potentially worth a lot. I like the way that it worded this. AI can make mistakes. Consider checking important information. Don't check it all, just the important stuff. And maybe just consider it. Like, you don't need to actually do it. Just consider it. Give it a little thought, if you will. Quick thought. I find that entertaining. Are we done here yet? We're installing Tailwind CSS plugins? Like, what are we doing? I do think Claude, more than any other model, has a tendency to like go off the deep end and do a bunch of stuff you didn't ask it to do. And I feel like that's what it's currently doing. I don't know what it's doing, but I feel like I didn't ask it to do this. Like, you don't need to do that. Skip that. Let's see, did it fix it? All right, so let's say implement merge sort in JavaScript. Nice. We have Markdown. Now ye have a fine piece of code to sort ye treasures. If you have any more questions, just holler. Arr. Oh, I gave a little pirate flag too. I love that. All right, I want to change this from AI Assistant to Fred. Let's go accept all. Where does it say AI Assistant? Here it is. Oh, that's not the right spot. Well, let's still call it Fred AI. And instead of AI Assistant here, Fred. Nice. Now it says Fred. Why is there such a big space here? Let's see. It's like the pre-tag. Let's go like margin 0 for a second. Even after doing that, there's a lot of space. I also want to have syntax highlighting here. That might be too much to ask. Well, all right, let's we also need to change this to be a pirate flag. I think that that seems appropriate for Fred the pirate. Okay, so I just want less space. How do I make less space? So let's say here we can go to Grok. Perfect. But there is too much, let's just say, space between markdown pieces. For example, between a code block and the text above and below it. Can you remove this extra spacing? Installing Tailwind halfway through development is the most AI thing I've seen today. I don't know. I think Tailwind was already installed. I don't know what it was doing. Maybe it wasn't. But I thought v0 uses Tailwind, doesn't it? One Piece logo? One Piece is like a is that a like an anime thing? Yeah, what's their logo? Oh, it's got like a pirate. That's kind of fun. Planning next moves. Hello, Connor. Hope you're good. Currently, I'm having an intern as a front-end engineer. I was used to React, but at the company, I'm using React Native. Do you think that would be tough? Wait, I'm confused. Are you the intern or are you hosting an intern? And are you asking me if you can go from, if you're asking me if it's tough to go from React to React Native, not really. I mean, it's not like super easy. It's not like you'll like know React Native just by knowing React, but it's not going to be like super hard to learn either. Thought for 1 minute? That's a lot of thinking. I think we might go away from Grok because it does a lot of thinking. Or maybe we go to a different Grok model that isn't like a thinking model. And we'll try that. But I don't think Grok is going to be the best move. All right. Planning next moves. Yeah, this model is crazy slow. Hold on. Let's see what other models we can use. So this is Grok 4. Grok 3 or 3 mini might be faster, maybe? I think the brain thing means it's slow, right? I don't know. Doesn't cursor seem too slow? It's like super slow, right? It's not just me? Wait, did it do the thing? I don't even know what it did. What did it didn't even, what did it change? Oh, I see. All right. Does it look any different? Maybe I need to refresh this. Implement. What should we have it implement? I'll just do the same thing and merge, sort in. Let's try Python this time. Okay. Yeah, whatever Grok did not fix the problem. Like at all. It did literally nothing. Reject. Okay. Not that important though. I guess we could just we can just do this manually. Let's say margin top 0. Even that, oh, this is the wrong thing. I mean, this guy. Margin top 0. Even that has too much. And this is margin bottom 0. Margin bottom 0. Yeah, I think that's better. So paragraphs were, let's see. Where can we change some of this? Tailwind config. Wait, let's see if this even works. So if we do a paragraph, and just to check it, let's do color red, just to see if this is actually doing anything. Okay, it is. So now let's do margin bottom 0. And I'm going to import this just because it's easier. Nice. Now let's do the same thing for let's also do top. And let's do the same thing, but for pre-tags. All right, I think it looks a little better. Good enough. Not the best way to do that. A little hacky, but it works. Okay. Now, let's add more actual AI features. So, let's go to this guy. And we did this. So let's do this. Call others APIs on users' behalf. So basically what this lets you do is use Auth0. So use the currently signed in user, and you can call APIs on that user's behalf or have your AI do that. So you can have, in this case, Fred, call some API on that user's behalf. So we use Auth0's SDKs to fetch access tokens for social and enterprise identity providers from the token vault. Use these access tokens. AI agents integrated with other applications can call third-party APIs to perform tasks on the user's behalf. So essentially, it could call, I think the example here is like your Google Calendar, and could do things with that. Okay. So let's use Google. So configure Google Social Connection. Set up a Google developer account that allows for third-party API calls. Following the Google sign-in and authorization instructions. Use the Google OAuth client ID and client secret to fill out the following form. All right, let's go to this. Let's see. Wait, do we even need... Use the Google OAuth client ID following the Google sign-in. Set up a Google developer account that allows for third-party API calls. All right, where do I get these? Client ID. Do I need these from... Do I just get these from an Auth0, or do I need to... Let's see. Social? The section should be... Okay. I wonder if this will just work with the dev keys, or do I have to actually add my own? We'll come back to this. So we only actually need this Google APIs thing, but for now, I'll just copy this whole thing, and the others are already installed. Only models that are good at coding should be in that list. What is Gemini Flash doing there? No clue. Good questions. Okay, so that's installed. Get access tokens for other APIs. Use the Auth0 Next.js SDK to get access tokens for third-party APIs. You need to specify additional authorization parameters to enable your application to receive access tokens for social connections. The Auth0 Next.js SDK allows you to customize authorization parameters through the query parameters on the auth login path. Okay. Connection, pass in the name of the connection you want the user to sign up for / log into. Access type, pass in offline to allow your server to retrieve access tokens without manual interaction. Prompt, pass in consent to prompt the user to give your application consent for refresh tokens. Okay. So let's copy this thing. Copy. And let's paste that up here where the no user thing was. Be here. Okay. There's that. Fetch access token for social connection. All right, so lib Google TS. New file, google.typescript. And let's copy this guy. Paste that. Get Google Auth token. Auth0 get access token for connection. Connection Google Auth or OAuth 2. Google OAuth client. New Google OAuth or Google Auth OAuth 2. Google OAuth client. Set credentials. Access token. Return Google OAuth client. Okay. Seems legit. Now we can use our access token to call a tool from an AI agent. So let's just copy this tool for now, Google Calendar view. And then we can create some other tool in a minute. So let's see. Tools. New file. Google Calendar view.ts. There's that tool. So what this tool does, check a user's schedule between the given date times on their calendar. And it takes in some parameters, time minimum, time maximum, and it tells the AI what format to actually give it in. So you describe these parameters so the AI knows what it needs to do. And then it also has a time zone, and it's going to get a response from all of the events on the calendar. Okay. Seems good. And OpenAI key we already have. And now in our chat route, we need to give it access to this tool. So let's go to app API chat, and we can add the other tool, Google Calendar view tool. And where are the tools? Tools, Google Calendar view tool. Easy enough. Is access to the tool now. And update the client component. I don't think we need to change anything in that. All right, so let's test it. I'm not sure if it's going to work because I think I need to do something with the Google Client ID stuff. But let's see if it works without it. I think the answer is going to be no, but we'll see. All right, let's actually rerun this just in case. Grok is good for trading bots? Maybe. I kind of want to make a trading bot. Would y'all watch that if I streamed like making a trading bot? I think it'd be kind of fun. All right. Let's go here. Refresh this. Okay. Actually, let me check my Google Calendar and make sure I'm not about to leak something on my calendar. I don't have anything on my Google Calendar currently. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add something to my Google Calendar for tomorrow as a test. So let's say test event. Let's say subscribe. All right, we're going to make this all day. Put this on my Google Calendar. All right. So let's say, what events do I have tomorrow on my calendar? I don't think this is going to work because I think I need to figure out how to get those keys from Google. Fred? What is this, Fred? That's not good. Poor Fred. Hold on. Let's do this again and see. Okay, we got a 500 response. All right, let's look at the. Here we go. Tool invocation must have a result. Access token for, there was an error trying to exchange refresh token for a connection access token. Okay, yeah, I think we need to get these tokens working properly. I'd watch in maybe a coupon bot. What do you mean by a coupon bot? What plan are you on, and how long does your plan eventually last for you with the new pricing change? You're talking about Cursor? So I don't pay for Cursor. They just gave it to me for free. So I don't know. I don't know how much I have for free, but I know that they gave me something for free. And That was a while ago, and it has not run out. So I think it might be infinite, but I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Okay. How to obtain client ID. Google Auth platform clients, select a new client. Go here. I think this is what we need. Not this one. Hold on. Let's not leak stuff. New project. Thread chat. Hold on. Let's make this bigger for y'all. Y'all can read this while I do it. Web application. All right. Thread chat app. Apparently I need a user support email. Sure. Next. Audience. Need a contact. Sure. It's just going to be me. Next. I agree. Continue. Create. Okay. I have created OAuth tokens, I think. Maybe. Web application. All right. I have a client ID and a client secret. So I think we got to go back here. Is it here? Not here. Here. Client ID and secret. So I will copy the client ID. We'll paste the client ID. Is this going to, okay, yeah. So this one I can paste without leaking stuff. Good. Take the secret, paste it, save. Okay, Google connection is ready to use. Now I don't know if I need to add like a redirect URL or something on Google, but for now we have that. Let's try this again. AI is thinking. That did not work. Where do you find such good friends working in Cursor? I don't have friends working in Cursor. They just reached out to me because I'm a creator and they want me using it. So let's see. That didn't work. I wonder if my account is not. I wonder if I need to like log out and like if I need to re-authenticate because my account is I did not give it like the access when I authenticated. Let's hold on. I need a log out button, I guess. Let's do that first. Let's go to that page. All right, let's get away from Grok 4. It wasn't working very well. Let's try 4.0. Or actually, let's do maybe. This is probably fine. All right, let's say add a log out button if the user is signed in. That's the impression that everyone was under with Cursor because all the plans were unlimited. If you find the time, you can check under the dashboard usage. So yeah, but like mine's like not an actual, like I don't have like a normal plan. Like I don't even have a credit card on my Cursor account. I made a bot that pulls up coupons from your favorite stores and websites like Starbucks. Oh, so you mean like a retail me not type of thing? Can you sum up what the end goal is? It's just to build like a AI chat application that has access to different things essentially. Okay, so I don't know why we now have a user object type, but sure. Not what I asked it to do. Use user as user. No, this feels overly complicated, but okay, sure. Return. Huh? That's gonna only show a logout button. That's not what I wanted. I don't only want a log out button. I think that's what it's gonna do, right? Yeah. I don't only want a log out button. Show the log out button on the UI. That's a all-time AI moment right there. Okay. I'm not sponsored by Cursor. I can show you whatever I want. I'll show you in a second. Let me make sure his logout thing's working. It's not. Wait, why is this not working? This seems reasonable. If the user, oh, it's because this is still there. Oh, AI. Why is this button so aggressive? All right, now it brings you. Okay. So let's change from that to something that hopefully is less bad. Let's try Claude 4. Okay, so let's say make the log out button. Clicking log out doesn't work. Can you update the auth0 middleware to let this work? How do I pull up the cursor stuff? That's not what I wanted to click. Remote window. Why do they make it so hard to see your usage? Where even is it? Whoa. Model. Manage account. Is this what I want? Probably. So I'll show you. Apparently I have $1,000 in credits. So there you go. Thanks, Cursor. I don't know if I'm supposed to show that or not, but well, I don't know if that like resets if I use them because I feel like I've used a lot. Or maybe it was just more than that at some point. So I don't know. Change it to exit door icon instead of logout button. Yeah, I'm going to have it do that in a second. What are we deleting? Oh, we're deleting things that it created? Sure. I love that. Okay, so maybe the issue wasn't the... What? Why are we deleting things? Stop deleting things. What was the point of any of this? All right, let's just reject this file because I don't think it needed to do any of those things it just did. Come back here. Click log out. Nice. Okay, now let's say, say make the log out button look nicer. It is too aggressive and needs an icon. Doesn't cursor allow you to have multiple agents on working on different tasks? I think so. Seems like a thing it does. Knowing Connor's abilities, this is painful to watch. Oh gosh. All right. Apparently it made it look better. All right, let's log back in. Love that. What if we do sign up? Oh gosh, what did I break? Oh, I need to fix the redirect URI. All right. What does it need to be? Let's see. What does it need to be? Auth 0 docs. This one? Here we go. Your tenant name, if you haven't, if you have configured, okay, so we need it to be this. How do I just want to copy the, how do I, where do I get these things from? So basically I need this, but I need to get the tenant name and the regional subdomain, which I'm not exactly sure where to get those. Well, the tenant name's up here, but where do I get the regional subdomain? All right, let me add this on Google. I wish I could show you the Google page, but the client secret is just there. It doesn't hide it. All right, redirect URL. It's this. All right, we need to get first the tenant name, which comes from here, I think. Is it just US-5? I guess so. All right, so tenant name is this guy. Tenant name and regional subdomain US-5. Save. So just to show you all, I'll just put it here. That's the URL I just used. And I think that's all we need. So now let's go back here, refresh this, go log in, redirect URI mismatch. Really? Let's see if sign up works. Let's see. Where is it trying? How do I see what it's trying to redirect it to? To create a Google, you need to find. Oh, do I need to authorize JavaScript origin also? Would I just use localhost for that? Probably. Try adding that. Why not? Save. See if that fixes it. Let's refresh this. Access blocked. Redirect URI mismatch. Auth 0. Google. Access blocked. URI redirect mismatch. Hold on, let's I have an idea. I have an idea. Oh, that's not what I wanted to click. I am using auth 0 for authenticating with Google. It worked fine, but I just added my own custom Google auth secret, and now I get, what's the error we're getting? This error. In Google, I have this. Authorized JavaScript origins and authorized redirect URIs. And we'll paste this. Double check the redirect URI in your Google Cloud Console. It should just be .us, not US-5 or whatever. Okay, maybe it's just .us. So that. Save. Aha! We fixed it. The app is currently being tested and can only be accessed by developer-approved testers. If you think you should have access, okay. So now I need to give myself access. That I can do. Test users, connorardman@gmail.com. But it says I am a test user. Oh, let's try this again. Log in as me. Being tested, you should only continue if you know that. Okay, continue. Continue. Aha, so now it's asking me for access to my calendar because that's the thing that we're using. So we're going to give it calendar access. Continue. Authorize. Okay, so now let's say, what events do I have coming up tomorrow? AI is thinking. No, Fred, I really thought you were going to work this time. Ooh, and we fixed our logout button. It looks better. I forgot about that. All right, so Fred still didn't work. See what? Let's also accept these changes. Okay. Error executing tool. Google Calendar API has not been used in project before or it is disabled. Enable it by visiting this guy. Fair enough. Enable. All right, it is now enabled. So let's try this again. Copy this. Let's just refresh the whole page. What events do I have coming up tomorrow? I don't like that we get this while it's thinking, but that might just be because it's getting errors. Now what's our error? Wait, hold on. Is that the same thing? Maybe it just takes a second. AI is thinking. No, Fred. We're gonna get an error again. Wait, but I don't even see an error in the... I didn't get an error. Why is there no error here? Fred! Okay. So that's interesting that no error came up, but it didn't seem to return anything. Let's try this again. Okay, so why does it think tomorrow is the 24th of October? It is, if anyone's watching this in the future, July 22nd. All right, so let's say, what about July 23rd? What about July 23rd, 2025? And then I'll fix the thing where Fred doesn't know what day it is. Aha! Here we go. I forgot that Fred's going to talk like a pirate. On the 23rd of July, 2025, ye have a confirmed event titled Test Event Subscribe. Here be the details. Event, test event, subscribe, start, and link to event. If ye be needing more help or have other questions, just give a shout. Awesome. Okay. So now what we've done is Fred has access to my Google Calendar. And with my Google Calendar, it was able to look up an event. I could also have it schedule an event. So let's say schedule an event for July 24th to record a new video about vibe coding and building generative AI applications using Auth0. Matey, I'd be ready to help you schedule that event. Here be the details I'll be using. Event title, record a new video about vibe coding, building generative AI applications using Auth0. Start date, July 24th. End date, July 24th. What time would ye like to set sail for this event? And do ye want any reminders for it? Let me know and I'll get it on the calendar. That's hard to read. Let's say make it from noon to 5 p.m. PST. We need to fix this thing where Fred shows a bubble while it's doing stuff. Nope. Oh no. Oh no. What happened to Fred? See if it made the calendar invite thing. It did not. Fred? Why is there no response? Try this again. There's no error. It's just like, hold on, let's try this. All right, so let's copy all of this. July 24th from noon to 5 p.m. PST. Try that. Interesting. So Fred seems to have issues with that. Let's see if anything's coming up in the network tab. Chat, response, error, message ID, an error occurred is all we have. Well, that's great. Oh, here we go. Here we actually have an error now. Invalid date time. Oh, Fred. Your videos are always awesome. Appreciate that. Hold on. Let's do that. Okay. So what do we do about this? Invalid string. It doesn't seem to be message invalid date time. Time min, time max. So it doesn't seem like it's using this properly, which is interesting. So let's go to Google Calendar view. Oh, I guess this is only checking a user's schedule. It's not actually adding things to the calendar. Let's see if we can make it add. So let's just make a new one for now. So let's call this Google Calendar view, Google Calendar add event tool. Say add an event on the given date time to the users, let's just say to their calendar. Okay. Parameters, time min, max, and time zone are all good. And then what else do we need on the event? Let's see what we need. So instead of calendars.list, we want to do events.insert, I suppose. And what does this expect? Okay. What do we need in here? Params, object label may only specify known properties, and time min does not exist. All right, so there's no time min. Oh, we need like time start or something probably. right, what are request body? Okay, so let's get rid of all of these. Do request body. Summary, description, start time. Let's say time start. And time end. Now we need time start, time end. This will be time start. Let's also add a summary and a description. Can add those here. Summary and description. End, date time. I don't know how the time zone gets used. Oh, it does. Okay, so we can just put time zone in there. Time zone. Time zone. Okay. Return status success, and we want response.data dot. Let's do that. Say event, not events. And we'll do time start, time end, time zone, and summary. There we go. So that should do something. It should do a thing. Now, I think I need to better explain to the AI how to use these tools. And I also need to add this to the chat route. So let's go here. Let's add this tool and add it there. Okay. So let's say, all right, let's actually go to the main chat route again. Let's say you have access to a Google Calendar. Why does it not scroll while I do this? And can add events to it. When adding events, if a time zone is not specified, use PST. If is there anything else I just wanted to just assume? Time zone, summary, description. It's fine. All right, this should be good for now. So let's come back to Fred. And let's copy this again. Let's try this again. Come on, Fred. Don't do this to me. An error occurred. Okay. So code invalid date time start. What did it try? Time start, time end. Is this a valid date string? I don't even know. I mean, is it using the right format? ISO 8601 format? Hold on, let's I got an idea. What is ISO 861 date format? I did not mean to put an E on that. The standardized way to represent dates and times typically looks like this. For date and time, year, month, day, time. The T separates the date from the time and can also include time zone offset, like Z for Pacific time. If you're needing to schedule an event, let me know. Okay, so why are we using... So if we go to this one that had the error, what was the request? Oh, wait, I want to see... Let's do this. Let's come up here and say, what just happened? I don't like when I try to use the tab key to actually tab and it just tries to start generating stuff. Console.log. What's going on? Console.log. Time start, time end, time zone, summary, and description. Let's also say making request. Okay. Let's try that. Let's also reset this just so I can see it. npm run dev, and let's see what the request it actually makes is. Refresh this. AI is thinking, and we got an error. Let's see, we should see making request somewhere. Maybe. Oh, does it not even get there because the parameters are wrong? That's unfortunate. Okay. Invalid string date time, invalid date time, path time start. Hold on, let's search. Is this a valid ISO 8601? ISO 8601 checker. Sure. Is not a valid date time. Okay, so what did it do wrong? And why is it not able to... Oh, I forgot I didn't paste in the 2. Okay, so it is valid. Invalid string date time, invalid date time path. Why does it think these are invalid? They are valid. Cause Zod error, invalid string date time. Okay, so let's go here. And let's just go to ask. Say, I'm getting a Zod error for invalid date time on time start for something like, why is this happening. Maybe that's not the right format to be using. Oh, I pasted this without the 2. Try this again. Includes a time zone offset, which Zod's datetime validator doesn't. Oh, okay. So let's say without a time zone. Like that. Be a little more specific. Let's go cancel. Let's try this again. And see if this works. I do not believe it did. Come back here. Invalid date time. So now we had this one. The string is missing the time zone information. Huh? Oh, maybe we need without a time zone offset? Is that what it wanted? Maybe that's what we need. Let's try this again. But wasn't it, didn't it just tell me the time zone was the issue? And then I removed the time zone and it told me that that's an issue. Okay, let's put the time zones back. That's clearly not actually the issue. Okay. Let's say in a way Zod in a Zod date time format. In a valid Zod date time string. Let's try that. What I don't understand is why this wasn't an issue on this wasn't an issue when we were just checking the calendar, but it seems to be an issue when we are adding to the calendar, and it's the same format. AI is thinking. Oh, didn't work again. There we go. Invalid date time start. All right, let's go back to this and paste this version in and see what it's mad about. All right, let's see what's off. Does not allow time zone offsets. It only accepts date time offset is true. Let's try that. Let's again copy this, refresh this, paste. I do not believe that worked. Oh, wait, maybe it did, because it got to here, making request. Well, try to put it in 2023. July 24th, 2023. All right, so let's say here when adding events, if a time zone is not specified, use PST. If a year is not specified, use 2025. Or matey, the event be scheduled for July 24th from noon to 5 p.m. PST to record your new video on vibe coding and building generative AI applications using Auth0. Ye can find the details of the event here. Fair winds to ye on your recording adventure. And see if it actually made an event. Here we go. Record video on vibe coding and generative AI. Nice. Let's, it should be on my phone too. When is this? July 24th? Yep, record video on vibe coding and generative AI. I put it from 1 to 6, not noon. So it did the time zone wrong. It's not great. A little bit unfortunate. Why is the time zone wrong? No, I'm not that worried about that. I think we just accept that the time zone's wrong. All right. So that works mostly. Works good enough. And I do want to talk about sort of what's happening here because I do think it's pretty cool. So essentially, go up here. So we're using Auth0's token vault, essentially, if this will load. And essentially what this allows us to do is access third-party APIs on the user's behalf. So we don't have to manage refresh tokens or build custom integrations. It's just sort of handled for you. And it supports Google, Microsoft, Box, Slack, GitHub, OpenID Connect, and custom connections. And by doing this, and really we never even had to touch this, but by following these instructions and doing this, what we're able to do is when we authenticate with Auth0 with Google, it's asking us for Google Calendar access. And now our AI agent, because it has access to our user that we authenticated with Auth0, I don't know why we have this empty directory. It is now able to use that Google Calendar access in these tools, which is pretty cool. Okay, but I want to make this actual project a little better. So let's work on Fred. Fred needs work. Fred might not be the best. So Fred. That's not what we need. We don't need that. We don't need that either. I don't think we need that. Have we used any actual money on OpenAI? Let's see. Total spend $0. Okay, I'm not worried about that. We don't need this. All right, back to Fred. Fred's the homie. But one thing I don't like about Fred, so if I say, write some Python code about being a pirate, it does this AI is thinking while it's showing stuff. So let's fix that. So let's say the AI is thinking, should go away while there is a current stream of text that has started. Cool, finally debugged. Yeah, we finally got it working. We finally did the thing. Okay. It says it did the thing. Let's see if it actually works. Now do it in JavaScript. AI is thinking. Nice. And that goes away once Fred starts to talk. Perfect. Okay. Except. So this looks good. Next, let's see if we can add syntax highlighting. I don't know if that's going to work, but I'll try it. Now let's say add syntax highlighting when the markdown returned has code in it. I don't know how it's going to do this, but we'll see. Oh yeah, we'll add a copy button too. Good idea. Good idea. Good call. Good call. React syntax highlighter seems legit. I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but seems legit. All right, we're vibe coding now. It seems like that cursor is moving a little faster now too. That was quick. Yo, we have syntax highlighting now. Ahoy, mateys. See what it looks like. So this is what it looks like zoomed out. This looks pretty good. Zoom in a bit. All right, Fred. We're cooking, Fred. Next. Oh, let's change you to the user's name. Oops. Instead of you, use the user's name from auth0. Nice. Accept. All right, now let's say when there is a code block in the markdown, add a copy button to copy it to your clipboard. I don't even know how you would do that because that sounds kind of difficult. It's interesting that it like shows you what it's doing here, but it's kind of like impossible to actually look at. Then it like all happens. All right, it did a thing. Let's say implement merge sort in Python like a pirate would. All right. Nice. We have a copy button. Does it work? All right. It doesn't give me a lot of. Let's just go. Oop, not what I wanted to do. I want a new file, not a new. Nice. It does work. Okay. No. Wait, I need to go back to the other chat. Here we go. Did it just like accept the changes when I did that? I guess so. All right, so now let's say show some kind of animation when you click copy to show that it worked. We're cooking now. We are cooking. I wonder what else we could do with Google. What other like things can we get access to other than a calendar? All right, let's see what it looks like. Oops, I keep hitting Command 0 instead of right. All right, that's not great. What did it? I mean, it claims it changed something. Let's try refreshing this. Write some code. Oh, it's asking me questions. Python sorting algorithm. Copy. All right, so this just straight up doesn't work. This doesn't seem to be working. When I click copy, I don't see copied. Maybe the map, it'll tell you how crowded a certain location might be. Yeah, we could try that, maybe. I don't know what we have access to and what we don't, to be honest. I haven't looked at it. Although that could be kind of complicated. I don't know that we necessarily have time for that. Okay. There we go. Copied. Nice. Okay. I think that's good enough. Let's also show what language it is. Perfect. Now at the top of the code block, can you show the name of what language it is? I don't know how you would add, like, I actually have no idea how you would do this. Like, it's just writing code that I wouldn't understand. Oh, wait, it literally just already has language? No way? Oh, wait, that's kind of sick. It's kind of ugly, though. This works perfectly, but it looks kind of ugly. Can you make it look more modern and aesthetic? Let's see what it makes it look like. I find that cursor is not great at UI design. Oh boy. Oh no. Not an unexpected div. Not the unexpected div. Oh no. Did it fix it? Oh yeah, it did. Write some JavaScript code for sorting. AI is thinking. Wait, that is clean. That's incredible. Yo, that looks so good. That's wild. All right, I want to get rid of this black background. Let's see. Where is this coming from? All right, so let's say, except this looks incredible. Now remove the dark background that is behind the code block and its header. It's time for us to use Fred from now on. Fred is king. Fred is the best. I think what we might want to do with Fred also is add functionality to choose what model we want to use. So I think I'll do that in a minute. I don't think it did what I asked. It did not. So let's reject this. Let's just see if we can find where this is coming from. What color is this? It says pre-tag, and it has a background of pros pre. All right. Wait, why is this? Hold on. Format document. All right. All right. So the only. So syntax is this? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from. Let's just see if we can get rid of this color. Let's try this. Let's say store checkpoint. The background color that is on the code or on the pre-tag behind, instead of behind, say wrapping the code block in its header. Fred is king. Fred is the best. I think Fred might be my new best friend. I wonder if Fred knows how to play pickleball. It's sort of a requirement. I don't think that worked, but let's say write JavaScript code to sort. It did not. What did it change? This did not work. I don't even really know why exactly it didn't work. Fred needs a voice option. Yo, what should if Fred had like a if Fred had like some pirate voice? That'd be kind of fun. Try this again. I still don't think it's gonna work though. It does not. Okay. Reject. Let's see if we can figure out where this is coming from. So let's. All right. So it's this pre-tag. Let's start by searching the code base for this. No results found. Maybe get rid of the tailwind part. What happens if we get rid of that? Well, it kind of worked. BG transparent. What that? Oh, we cooked. We cooked a little bit. All right, but now I do want like the background here and down here at the bottom, like below there. This might actually look worse. It might be better with the black. It's definitely not. What if we did, do we need this? That's the highlight JS thing, but no. Or what if, do we need this? That we definitely need. But why do we need the highlight JS thing? Why do we need both? Or maybe we don't. All right, now let's see. This guy needs to have no margin on him, I think. So if we go element margin 0, yeah, there we go. So what is this? Slate 900 is somewhere in here. Here we go. Let's go. How do I make no margin? Is it just like M0 or something? This is where I admit I don't actually know Tailwind. Let's just ask cursor. Actually, we can do add to chat, remove margin here. If Fred had a voice option, it'd actually be crazy. Not what I requested. Reject. All right, let's just say, let's come over here. Ask how to make sure a Tailwind class has no margin. All right, so it is just m-0. Maybe we want to do an exclamation point on it. Exclamation point m-0. There we go. I think that worked. Well, let's refresh it. Write Python code for sorting. Yo, this looks so good. This is so good. I'm so happy with this. So we need way less space. Like, why is this so much lower than that? Does this thing have like... Like, I don't even understand why is this so low? Margin 0? All right, let's go ahead and remove that. MY4. Get rid of that. It's a little better. Still too low though. Like, what's all this space? I don't even see where the space is coming from. Unless there's something that's like, this isn't like a flex anything, no? Like it's just like isn't even showing me what's causing that space. It's just space. Wait. Margin 0. Margin bottom -4. That doesn't do anything. All right. Probably a gap but like it's not even, it's not a so the container is this guy, And it has literally nothing on it, or almost nothing. It's that. White space pre-wrap is the issue. Hold on, wait, let's see. Let's say write JavaScript code to sort pirates by their names. All right, so it has there's white space wrapping. All right, so somewhere in here we have to just set. Let's see. This issue white space pre-wrap on this div. Why do we have this? What's its purpose? It has no purpose. It's gone. I have no idea why that was causing that extra space. Maybe Cody knows. I feel like you know CSS better than I do. I'm washed up. Okay, I think this looks good. I'm kind of happy with this. Now I feel like we need more margin. I took away the margin and now I feel like we need it back. So let's go back to the pros thing. Or where did I put? Somewhere I put no margin. Was it in the TypeScript thing? Not in there. Why do we have both of these? That seems useless. Till it's like the TS config, TypeScript config. No, not that. Tailwind, I mean. I think we can probably get rid of this now. Because that was kind of hacky. And now it's too much. Let's go like 4 pixels on these guys. Okay. You're not vibing hard enough. Stop looking at the dev tools. My bad, my bad. I'll try to vibe harder. Okay. I'm pretty happy with this. This looks really good. Like surprisingly good. I kind of want to make it more pirate themed because Fred is a pirate. Okay. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but let's just say this app is for talking to an AI pirate. Change the theming across it to feel more pirate-like. Have you heard about Better Auth? It's an awesome library that I discovered recently. Check it out or make a video about it. I have not heard about it. But today we're using Auth0. Link in the pinned comment. And it's super easy to use. Oh, we got all kinds of stuff coming in the globals.css file. It's writing all kinds of stuff right now. I feel like I just wrote a lot of code that's going to do nothing. So it did a lot, or wrote a lot, but it seems like so far all it's done is make things yellow. And I don't like yellow. Yellow is just not a good color. Like that, yellow is a bottom tier color. If we like had a color tier list, I don't think yellow is very high on it. Update the main page UI with pirate terminology and styling. I like that. Also, we need to make my like icon is not vertically centered. We need to fix that. Oh my gosh. Abandoned ship is hilarious. Captain Blackbeard AI, your AI quartermaster. Why did it change its name to Captain Blackbeard? I liked Fred. Even the wisest pirates can be wrong. Double check important treasure. Did the AI cook a little bit? Did it cook too hard? I think it might have overcooked. Okay. So we cooked a little bit for sure. But we definitely overcooked. So. Oh, it's still going. It's making favicons. It's going. Favicon is wild. It's just out here making SVGs for us. Is it? I think I have to refresh to get that. Oh, it's not there yet. Oh, what is this? We have like a home page. It did so much. I did not ask it to do this. Oh my god. What is going on? Oh, we do have a favicon. It just looks like a globe, but that's okay. Okay, so this is kind of cool. Some of this is not great. Other parts are good. Okay, so let's make. Oh, what we do? We overvibed. Too much vibing. Oh, okay. We're still going. We're still vibing. We might be okay. I'm a little scared about whatever's going on here. I think we might have given Claude too much control of the vibes. It might be over vibing a little bit, but we'll see. Did it fix it? It's still going. Like this is. All right. Well, it doesn't work anymore. Somewhere it added like it's like got like a missing semicolon or something. There is a syntax error somewhere. Fix it. Switch to Grok 4. We tried that already. It was not good. Well, that's not fair. It was slow. It was very, very, very slow. And this is much faster. At least right now. I don't know if that's just like a cursor thing or a Grok thing or whatever, but this is working much better, I think. No, it looks like it fixed it somehow. All right, we can just say stop. And now let's give it a list of things to undo. So the abandoned ship button, hilarious. The hover effect, here are changes to make. Change the AI name to Captain Fred. The hover effect on abandoned ship is not good because what would you call it? The text is impossible to read. No contrast. What else? let's ask it to do something. Let's say, write some JavaScript code. The captain is consulting his charts. Say, change the background color for AI responses because the text is not visible, or change the text color. That still looks good. I think everything else looks fine to me. Now, can it fix the... It gets to this issue where these files get too long. This one's not that bad yet, but the files get too long, and the files get too long because the AI just always puts things in the same file instead of creating new ones, or most of the time it does that. And then when the file gets too long, the AI can't work in it because it gets confused and it like messes up syntax and stuff. So I think we're going to start getting into that issue soon. But that's okay, because we have Captain Fred. And Fred is the captain of this ship, and he will steer us in the right direction. Okay, so far it's done nothing. Oh wait, abandoned ship is fixed? I like that. This is fixed as well. Captain Fred AI, ye, is this pronounced like ye or like yer? Or how does one say that? This is getting cut off. That's a little awkward. Okay. The background like gradient thing this is going on is crazy. Okay. Well, it changed. What is going on here? The system prompt is crazy now. This is a crazy prompt. That is not what I told it to do, but I like it. So we're going to accept all changes. Now, on the... What is that loading page? Hoisting the colors. Interesting. All right, so... these guys need to be clickable. So let's say on the initial loading page, make the example prompts clickable, and when you click them, automatically send that prompt to the AI. Ahoy, mateys. All right. Nope. Still not done. Oh, all it did was find them. Okay. Okay. That does not seem to be working. Let's see. On click, handle example prompt click. If is loading return. Okay, that's fine. Synthetic event handle submit. That's an interesting way to do this. Message. Let's accept this, but instead of doing this, let's instead just say, what is our input or something? Let's just add it to the input. Let's say add the prompt to the input box. Let's try. Let's say handle input change. This doesn't seem to be working. Oh, no, it works. Okay, cool. Now let's fix this like UI thing where it's not. Go like button, display, flex, justify content. Or no, we want to do. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we want like align, not content. Oh my gosh. Align items center, probably. Yeah. All right, so let's do that on both of these buttons. Where is this? Help me. Just come to the beginning. We'll just say flex and items center. Nice. Now I need to do the same thing for the other one. There we go. And let's add some gap. Gap 2. Gap 2. There we go. Why is this one? These icons are like a little bit off. Oh, they have like margin bottom on them or something. Well, let's remove that. Margin bottom 2, no more. Margin bottom 2, no more. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. All right, so let's send this message. And it's got this thing where this is getting cut off. So let's fix that. What's it getting cut off by? What even is this? This? What if we went like overflow visible? Nope. Actually, I think the easier thing to do is just to like move this guy down. So let's just say actually, I guess we don't want it to be all the way down because if I had a longer text, we don't want it in the middle. We want it at the top. So we just want it to move down a little bit. All right, let's just say like margin top 4 pixels, margin right 2 pixels. That's fine. All right, so let's go to the photo image, avatar image. All right, let's go margin right 2, margin top 4. Oh, That did not work. This is quite the response Captain Fred is giving us right now. All right. Clearly, top of 4 was too much. 2. That looks fine. All right. Let's see what happens when we abandon ship now. Welcome to... We have all kinds of stuff. Join the crew, return to ship. All right, so let's say add space between the join the crew and return to ship buttons, and fix the hover on return to ship because the colors don't have enough contrast to read the text. This thing, Fred might have gotten out of control. I don't know what my intent was when we started building Fred, but Fred is doing something. Okay. It did basically neither of the things I just asked it to do. Restore checkpoint. Let's try a different model. Let's give Grok a try. Let Grok do some UI. I just don't like Grok is like doing all this planning and stuff and it just takes forever, but that's okay. That's okay. Like, how long is it going to plan the next move for? Oh, there we go. We thought for 38 seconds. Apparently 38 seconds is how long it was going to plan the next move for. All right. It did something different than the last one, but I would say equally as bad. Restore checkpoint. I don't see why this is so difficult. And let's try GPT. Like at this point, I'm just going to ask Fred to do it for me. Okay, GPT was basically instant and also pointless. Okay. Reject. Where is this in the code? Return to ship. All right, so this... Let's say flex. Let's do that. 4 is too much. 2 is probably fine. Even that looks a little bit... I think this is fine. So now log in. All right. The return to ship button on hover is hard to read because the background and text don't contrast enough. Fix this. Make it look nicer. This hover background color is ugly. All right. Don't make it yellow. Just make it slightly different than its original color. I don't see how this is so difficult. AI is just really not good at UI sometimes. Now we're back to this. That is too different from the original color. It needs to be similar so the text still contrasts. Why is this so hard? I mean, like, what are we doing here? Now the hover basic. Okay. You know what? Let's go back to here. And just accept. Hover, background accent. Maybe instead of 20, we go like 80. Oh, I see what it's doing. I see. 40. Back to 20 for a second. Just not great. That's just not an aesthetically pleasing color. Wait, if we get rid of that for a second. Well, that's unfortunate. All right. Go back to that. What is this color that it is by default? Just background. Okay. Let's go hover background 20. But instead of 20, let's go like 80. But now it's like, why is the font changing when you do that? Do we want that? No, we don't. You know what? I might just accept this as okay. Log in. All right, we're back. We're back with Fred. I am like very happy with how Fred has turned out, to be honest. Fred's pretty good. And remember, Fred can still make calendar changes. So let's see what is. Actually, let's say, does Fred know what the current date is? Let's give Fred access to the current date. Seems simple enough. Tools, new file, current date.ts. Copy this. Paste it. Get current date tool. Get the current date and time. So we don't need to use auth0 for this. Let's just say return. There we go. I think that's all we need to do. And then we can go to our chat route and give it access to this tool. There we go. Reorganize this, keep it nice and clean. There we go. So now if we said, what is the date? The captain is consulting his charts. Ahoy, matey, the date be July 22nd, 2025. that right? That is right. Nice. So if the date is that, so now let's say, I want to see if it will use both of them. So we need a clear button actually. Let's say add a button to clear the current chat. Okay, so clear chat doesn't seem to do anything while it's doing stuff. Or ever. All right, let's go to clear chat, set chat messages to nothing. But okay, this just isn't gonna work. What it just like made its own new state instead of using the messages state we currently have. Fred seems perfect. I agree. Fred is the perfect AI. Now, Cursor on the other hand, less perfect. Like, what is this? Okay. Don't clear. This just created new state. We already have messages state from use chat. You don't need to modify the hook. What is it doing? I feel like AI is like this, where like it gets way better, and then it just somehow gets dumber, and then sometimes it gets better, but then it gets dumber again, and it feels like it's gotten dumber. Okay, so that works when it's okay. Why are we adding this state? We don't need this state. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay. Now let's go to our button and let's say disabled if something's loading. Or messages at length is 0. I feel like this button's a little bit aggressive. All right, so let's accept this, and let's say move the clear chat button somewhere else and make it less aggressive looking. I don't really know where I want it. I just want it to not like scream at me to click it, you know? Like I see big red button, I click big red button. I am simple person. Where would you like me to move it? You pick. Maybe, I don't know. Where should clear chat go? AI gets dumber and dumber, but I think it has a mind of its own. I like AI when I can make some memes. Ask Perplexity is pretty good. I use it to make photos of what to cook. Yeah, I mean, it's all like pretty useful. All right, I guess this clear chat button's fine. It's not the best, but I feel like it kind of does the thing. Ahoy, mateys! Let's see if we clear the chat. Say, what should I cook for lunch? I just wanted to see if it'd give me like pirate themed things. Give me the recipe for your pirate's pasta. This works surprisingly well. Like, too well. We actually kind of cooked on this. Okay. What time is it? How much time we got? It is 1:30. We don't have a ton of time. So I'm trying to think about what we should implement next. We could also, do y'all think we should open source this guy? I think we should. Let's put the old pirate on the old GitHub, shall we? All right, so let's come here, terminal. Let's create a Git repo for this guy. Git init. All right, nice. Now, do we have a git ignore? Let's ask AI to make one. Create a git ignore file. Oh, there's one actually. Git ignore node modules, next build, env, for cells. Anything else we need to put in here? Let's see, is there anything that we're like, we cannot commit that to GitHub? Nope, I think we're good. So let's say git add dot git commit dash m create Fred the pirate. All right, now let's put this thing on GitHub. Say GitHub, create new repo. I guess I can do this over here. Let's put this over here. What should we call it? Fred? Should we just call it Fred? I'll call it Fred AI. Fred the pirate. Arr. Wait, I don't want to. Wait, we want to import a repository actually. Or do we want to? Is that what we want? I think this is fine actually. Fred AI. Fred the pirate. Arr. MIT. Create repo. Right. Now, how do I need to like combine this with that. How do I make this? I don't think we actually needed to add this license. I think if we didn't do that, there'd be like a little button for it. Let's see. I forget how to do this. Create GitHub repo from local repo. All right, we did this. Oh, okay, yeah. I need to do it without a README or license. That's unfortunate. All right, let's just delete this. We got to delete Fred AI. Settings. Delete. Connor Ardman / Fred AI. Goodbye, Fred. All right. Try this again. Fred AI. Fred the pirate. Arr. And we want to add none of those things. Create repository. And then it gives you, okay, yeah. Now it gives you the option to do this. And then you want to do this. And it's called master, not main. Now we have Fred AI. All right, let's actually add a README. So let's say add a detailed README about Fred AI with a focus on how it uses the great tools provided by Auth0 for authentication and working with GenAI. All right, Fred has a README now. Let's read the README. Fred AI is an innovative application designed to leverage the power of generative AI, providing users with an intuitive and seamless experience. This application is built with a focus on security and user authentication, utilizing the robust tools provided by Auth0. Features: generative AI integration. Fred uses state-of-the-art generative AI models to provide intelligent, All right, so here's what we're going to do. Well, we don't need contact. No one's going to contribute, just me. Now, we're going to take this into Fred. Clear chat. Update this README file to speak like you wrote it. Oops, I did not paste it. Oh, Fred. Oops. Oh, it doesn't have the give it to me with the markdown syntax. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to do this because, oh, it can. Yo, Fred's the best. Look how good Fred is. I didn't think Fred was going to be able to do that, but Fred's the best. Fred is the best AI. All right, now because this, well, we're kind of off center here. How did this happen? It got kind of wide. That's okay. Should be C's at the end. Okay. Here we go. Now Fred has a README. And let's add the README. Git commit -m add Fred's readme, git push. Nice. Probably not the most accurate readme. Like this should be npm run dev. But you know what? Good enough. How do we add a license to this? How do you... I mean, obviously I can just add a license file manually, but I don't want to have to do that. GitHub add license to existing repo. Add file, choose a license template. Add file, create new file. License. There we go. MIT. Commit changes. There we go. Fred has a license now. Fred is officially open source. Captain Fred. Is this getting cut off? Or is that just the way that font looks? I think it might be getting cut off. Hold on. Let's go margin right. Or let's just like move it left or something. Actually, I think that's just the font. I think it's just a very strange font. Okay. Fred very much is cooking. Fred is open source. What do we want to do with old Fred next? Let's see what else we could do with Google. What do we have access to? Google. So let's see, like we have like Google.calendar, but what are the other things from Google? Google APIs. There's so much stuff in here. We have access to so many things. Books, Blogger, huh? Firebase, game services, jobs. We could have him. We could make Fred apply for jobs as a pirate. Pubsub, retail, something. There's so many things. Google Sheets, workflows. Wait, there's a YouTube one. YouTube analytics. Fred could become a YouTuber. See what you can get from YouTube. Auth, access token. Oh, we can upload? I think. Super chat, events, third-party links. There's so much stuff we can do. Fred could become so powerful with this. Message retracted. I always wonder what people say when I see that. We are cooked. AI took our job. You think Fred took our jobs? Fred would never. Hey, Fred. Would you ever take my job? Arr, matey, I be but a humble AI pirate, here to lend a hand and share me treasure trove of knowledge. I've no desire to take your job, for every crew needs a skilled captain like yourself to steer the ship through stormy seas. I be here to support ye on your adventures, not to take your place. So what be the next course ye wish to chart, me hearty? Wait, does Fred even know his name anymore? Let's say, who are you? He does. Okay. So what I want to do, let's actually add an option to choose what model we want to use. So let's say update the route to have the option to choose a model. Okay. So model, where's model? Okay, I see. Nice. Now, actually, let's make it always an OpenAI model. Oh, I see. If model choice, OpenAI model choice. All right, now let's go say accept. Great. Now go to the UI and add a model selector for the various OpenAI models. Let's see, what are the options here? How do I just open this? I don't know what my options are. Maybe it'll figure it out. Whatever. It'll figure it out. Right now is the best time to become a dev? The best time to become a dev was yesterday. But today's pretty good too. No, actually, that's not true. I think the best time to become a software engineer was like 20 years ago. Because if you did, you're rich now. Almost definitely, at least in the US. If you didn't make like very bad decisions. Maybe that's not entirely true, but a pretty good chance. Where is we have so many things open. Oh, I forgot we added the current date thing. I want to see if it can actually use them together. So I'm going to try that in a second. I don't know what this is doing. Let's see. Well, this is hideous. What? Well, actually, I want to see create a calendar event tomorrow to talk to my new best friend, Fred. I want to see if it's able to do this. Something went wrong. Oh, something was undefined. That's probably what went wrong here. So let's see. Route, not that route. We need to go to Google Calendar view. Making request. So we had time start, time end, time zone, the one that was undefined. Give it a default. Try this again. Did it do it? Let's see. Tomorrow. Oh yeah, it did. Talk to my new best friend, Fred. Okay. So that works. So it can figure out what tomorrow is now, which is cool. So this selector, though, is hideous and doesn't work. Let's go back to here. And add a drop-down selector for the various OpenAI models and send that model to the back end when we click, what is it? What is the, what's the button say? Send message. Send message. Oh, it's just submit. Do that and send that model to the backend when send message is clicked. Come on, Fred. Do it for me. It's very interesting how it seems to just like write some random code, figure out the code doesn't work, and then debug it rather than figure out how to do it the first time. I guess that's sort of how humans work too. Ooh, I'm tired. Fred's gotten me kind of tired. Oh, now we're fixing linter errors. I think it might be time to move to Claude if this doesn't work. So I feel like I'm not asking it to do something all that difficult. Oh, seems like it claims it worked. Oh, I see. This just got really big. But it does let me choose. All right, so let's choose 3.5 and let's check to make sure it works. Hello there. Which I can't see what I'm typing. Oops. The selector looks good, but the input box is like non-existent. The selector looks good, but it is too big and I can't see the text input anymore. Maybe Claude can fix the issue? Yeah, maybe. All right, so say hello there. Let's try GPT 3.5, send message, and we get an issue now. Do we get an issue no matter what? Try refreshing this. Hello? Issue. Oh, maybe it's in the route. Let's come here and do. Actually, before I do that, let's look at the console here. Okay, so it messed up the way we're using stream text somehow. It used to be handle submit, but now we submit with model choice. Handle submit was from here, and we're not even using it anymore. Submit with model choice is not working. It should not make a fetch request. It should use the existing handle submit function and pass the body parameters properly there. They're body parameters, right? Think so? What is it doing? It did nothing. All right, so instead of this, let's just say handle submit. And this takes in an event and then chat request options. So event, and this can have a body. I think that's what we want. Try that. Hello. Send message. Captain is consulting his charts. All right, so that seemed to work. Now let's go here and go to 3.5 and say, how are you doing? And that one did not work. The model does not exist. Okay, so that's fine. Well, not great, but fine-ish. Let's accept these changes and then go to 3.5. Where is that? Okay, so here's the actual items. And let's change these to models that actually exist. So let's go to here, OpenAI. So what are the options? Well, see where this is in here. Here we go. All right, so let's do O4 Mini is one. Go here. O4 Mini. What were we using as a default? 4.0 Mini. Okay, so that's fine. O4 Mini. And let's see what else we can get. Maybe 4.1? Sure. Is 3.5 an option? Let's go 3.5 turbo. Why not? Let's capitalize GPT here. Let's go O4 Mini like that. GPT 4.1, GPT 3.5 dash. Let's do turbo like that. All right, so let's try 3.5 turbo. Say hello, send message. There we go. And let's check OpenAI's. How did I get to that before? Let's go here. Let's go to usage. I want to see what logs maybe. How do I see the... I want to make sure that we're actually using the different models. I don't know where to see it though. Oh, here we go. 3.5 turbo and 4.0 mini. So we've used multiple models. Yeah, it seems like it worked. And now let's try O4 mini. What's up? Nope, that one didn't work. I'm apparently not verified to use O4 mini. Unfortunate. What about 4.1? Hello. 4.1 seems to work. And if we come here, we should now have a request on 4.1. Yeah, we do. Nice. So that works. Do we like the UI for this? Captain Fred. I think this is fine. Maybe we move this to the right. Move the model choice selector to be after the input. Or should it be... I think it should maybe be in the header. No. Maybe after send message. To be after the send message button. Okay. Nice. I think that's a good spot for it. Cool. I think this looks good. We can do like that. We can choose a model. Fred is cooking. Fred is cooking. Let's make clicking the name do the same thing as clear chat. First, let's say over here. Actually, I don't know if we need that. Let's say get add dot get commit dash m add model selector. Hit push. What? Oh, I need to get poll. Oh boy. What do we need to do? What do we need to do? So how do I best get config poll? How do I make, oh, let's do this. Ask, there are git changes on master that I have not polled, but I have a new commit. How can I poll the changes and rebase my new commit on top of them? Now, get fetch origin, get rebase origin master. Let's do get push now. Does that work? Add model selector. Nice. Okay. I think we kind of cooked with Fred. I don't know that Fred's going to get much better. Should we star Fred? Is it weird to star your own repos? We'll star him. We'll pin him. Fred is now pinned. Okay. So now that Fred works, what I want to do is talk a little bit more about what we were actually here for, which is partially making Fred, because making Fred was fun. But let's talk a bit about some of this Auth0 stuff. So, first of all, if you're unaware entirely, Auth0, is it .com? Yeah. So auth0.com is basically the easiest way, one of the easiest ways, I think probably the easiest way to get authentication working and to do it in such a way that it is secure, but yet you also have lots of control and you can do whatever you want with it. So it works really well. It's really easy and it can integrate with whatever you need to integrate it with. So if you're using like Superbase or something like that, which I was thinking about doing for this, but I decided we didn't really need it. But if you wanted to do something like that, it works really well. It's really easy to integrate. It's easy to set up. It's like a few lines of code. And they now have all these features related to GenAI. So there's this get started guide that we were using. And basically what you can do is first set up your user auth, and then you can, for one, just like use GenAI. So you can use, in our case, GPT, and you can send it some information about the user, which is sort of what we did here, where we allowed the AI to call the API we wrote on the behalf of the user and do things like figure out what its username is. But then we can also, using Auth0's token vault, call other APIs, so third-party APIs we did not write on behalf of the user. So for example, we used Google and we could call the calendar, which we did to check calendar stuff, so events on your calendar, as well as to add things to the calendar. But there's tons of stuff you can do with just the Google APIs, but there's tons of APIs you can use, and you can call those APIs on the behalf of your user by using the Auth0 token vault, which just makes it super, super easy. Otherwise, it is a huge hassle, and there's a literal 0% chance we would have gotten that working in the time we did if it wasn't for Auth0. I did want to show a few other things on here. So there's also asynchronous authorization. So essentially what this is essentially what this is it allows you to, I'll just read the way it says it because it's probably going to be a better way to explain this. But essentially what it is like the agent works in the background and then it'll notify the user when it needs some authorization to do something. So Auth for GenAI enables AI agents to asynchronously authorize users using the client-initiated backchannel authentication flow. AI agents can work in the background, only notifying the user when needed for critical actions. When you add secure human-in-the-loop approvals to your AI agent workflows, you can use Auth0 to request the user's permission to complete an authorization request. The AI agent can render rich authorization data in the consent prompt so the user knows exactly what they're authorizing. By the end of, and then this is just about the quick start guide. So essentially, you can use Auth0 to authenticate, and then your AI can go off and do something on behalf of the user, and it's just like going and doing its own thing and living in its own world. And then when it needs the user to actually say like, yes, this thing is okay, I approve, good job, it can do that for you effectively. And it's pretty simple. We didn't do it in this stream. Maybe we'll do this at another time in another video or something, or in another stream. But this is great if, for example, you want the AI to be able to buy something on your behalf. So this is an example of that. You don't want it to just go off and buy stuff because it could spend all your money and that would not be great. But what you can do is have it go figure out what it wants to buy and then come back to you and say, hey, here's the shopping list. Here's how much it's going to cost. Here's how long it's going to take to ship. Here's exactly what you're getting, all of that. Do you approve this purchase? And if you approve the purchase, then it can go ahead and actually make that purchase for you. And you can integrate this into these tools that we saw in the same way that we built tools. There's also authorization for RAG. So Auth for GenAI leverages Auth0 FGA to provide fine-grained authorization control for AI agents. As a result, when AI agents use retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, to provide sophisticated, relevant responses to user queries, they only have access to authorized data. So essentially what this is doing is it allows you to build RAGs, so retrieval augmented generation, but to require authentication to actually see that data. So you are only going to have access to certain data based on who is actually signed in and who is making that request, and essentially who the request the AI is making on, or who it's making that request on behalf of. And these seem like very simple things, right? Like they're things that clearly you need if you're building GenAI applications. But if you want to build this on your own, it's actually extremely non-trivial and the type of thing that you could spend tons of time on and that no user is ever even going to notice, right? Like it's the type of thing that's just like the thankless work of code where it doesn't feel like it matters that much to the user. People don't think about it. It's just like a default. It's a thing that should exist in projects, but you need to have it. Like it should exist. And it's actually a lot of work to build. Like it's a lot more work to build than the features that your users actually care about. So by letting Auth0 basically do this for you, you're able to focus on the features you care about, the features that your users care about, and you're able to do this in a way that you know is going to be safe. You know it's going to be secure because Auth0 is a huge company that has built a lot of trust in a lot of people, and they have just very secure systems, and it works very, very well. So yeah, that's sort of what Auth0 has going on with the GenAI stuff. If you do want to give it a try, there is a link in the pinned comment, and it'll bring you to Auth0, and yeah, you can give it a try. It's free. It's very easy to use, and I think it's super, super helpful. Additionally, we now have Captain Fred. So let's see what Captain Fred thinks. What do you think about Auth0. What does Captain Fred think? Ahoy there, matey. Auth0 be a fine fortress for protecting your digital treasures, like a sturdy ship's hull guarding its precious cargo. It be a trusty tool for managing authentication and authorization, keeping unauthorized scallywags at bay. If ye be looking to secure your applications with ease and swiftness, Auth0 be a valuable compass to guide ye on your digital voyages. If ye need any help setting sail with Auth0 or any other tech queries, just give the word and I'll be at ye service. Arr. See, even Fred of all people, approves of Auth0. So let's come here and say, what are your 5 favorite aspects of Auth0? And of course, Fred's able to very quickly come up with 5 important aspects. Me hearty, here be me top 5 favorite aspects of Auth0, the treasure trove of authentication and authorization. Simplicity of setting sail. Auth0 be as easy to set up as raising the Jolly Roger. Its clear documentation and user-friendly interface makes it a breeze to get your authentication shipshape. Customization, Captain. With Auth0, ye can customize your authentication process like a skilled shipwright crafting a new mast. From logos to themes, ye can make it uniquely yours. Crew-friendly integrations. Auth0 be a friendly matey playing well with other tools and services like a seasoned sailor cooperating with the crew. It integrates smoothly with many platforms and frameworks. Security stronghold. Auth0 be like a fortress on the high seas, protecting your users' credentials with the strength of Davy Jones' locker. It offers robust security features to keep your treasure safe. Smooth sailing support. The support from Auth0 be as reliable as the North Star, guiding ye through any rough waters or navigational challenges. Their support crew be ready to assist ye on your journey. If ye be considering setting sail with Auth0 or need any guidance on your authentication adventures, just give the signal and I'll be by your side to lend a hand. Arr. See? Auth0 was just that great. That Fred, of all people, Captain Fred, I might say, the captain of the ship, he steers that ship. Captain Fred approves of Auth0, so it might be worth trying for you too. And yeah, so I think we are going to go ahead and wrap the stream up with that. Let's make sure we have all of our changes actually committed. That's not what I need. Go over here and say get status. We do have all of the changes. So if you do want to play with this, Fred AI is on my GitHub. It's public. And if you're thinking about building some kind of GenAI application, highly recommend at least giving Auth0 a try to see if it works for you. It does make it really easy to get started. And of course, you now have this example of how exactly to do it. Not to say this code is perfect. A lot of this code was obviously written by AI. So use it carefully, tread carefully, as Fred might say. But generally speaking, I think this is a pretty good example to show how exactly you can do that. And I will be making a video pretty soon on the full process of how I would build a generative AI application. If that's something I was trying to do, if I was trying to build an actual SaaS product that I was going to sell, I'll make a whole video on what exactly that process is going to look like and how you can do it and how you can do it very quickly. Like this took us about 4 hours, and really it took us less time than that because a lot of the time we spent sort of messing around with Fred and whatnot. So it's something you can do very quickly. You can get it up and running very quickly. And it's, I think, the easiest time ever to build super, super cool, useful applications. So I highly recommend you give it a try and build something that you would find useful. And yeah, with that, I am going to go ahead and end the stream. So yeah, I appreciate you all chatting. I appreciate you all hanging out and helping us build Fred. And hopefully we'll do this again sometime soon. Have a good rest of your day.